what's out there. Today, we are lucky we have three speakers with us. They are all our alumni. However, before I introduce their glorious CV, let us do some housekeeping. First, I hope that all the participants will mute their mic as well as turn off their webcam to ensure the smooth flows of this program. Secondly, please fill up the registration form as a proof of your attendance. Okay, so the flow of our webinar today. Okay, first I will call the decan leader for her welcoming speech. After that, I will introduce the speaker, and each speaker will be given around 25 to 30 minutes. Time is so jealous. We only have 2 hours for this webinar. I'm sure that our speakers are very busy, and we thank them so much for willing to participate here. After that, I will introduce each of the speakers, as I said just now, and will allow them to speak about their career path. But today's talk will be focusing on entrepreneurship. I come, I see, and I conquer. So the sky is the limit. Our speakers can talk about practically everything, any ventures that they had embarked into. So after that, we have a Q and A. But our Q&A will be posted on the chat box. I will pick some of the questions from the participant because we do not have that time for us to have a video conferencing between the participant and our presenters. Okay. With that, without further ado, I will call the Dean to make her welcoming speech. To you, Associate Professor Dr. Hartini Saripan.
Okay, terima kasih banyak-banyak Cik Yunus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang. Esteemed speakers, Tuan Fakri, Tuan Haziq and Puan Syuhada, Deputy Deans, Executive Members of the Faculty, lecturers, ada ramai juga pensyarah yang saya tengok ada dalam bersama-sama kita petang ni. Puan Rahimah ada, Puan Rahimah B, Dr. Tuzaini, ada beberapa ya tadi saya nampak. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Thank you so much for joining us today. And the most important audience is definitely our beloved students, boys and girls. Alhamdulillah, this is the final session of our 4-day webinar series on career path, what's out there. And first of all, I would like to thank all the three speakers, our esteemed speakers, for accepting our invitation and for agreeing to deliver your talk today on a very timely and relevant topic that is equally important as the other topics. In fact, looking at the dynamic and development of the legal profession, today's topic is basically the most important topic. What we call legalpreneur, and this mantra has been highlighted by the faculty few years back. In fact, we have been robustly worked towards producing legalpreneurs last year. And what is important and interesting about legalpreneur is that the mission and vision of the faculty to produce law graduates who can be competitive in a sense that they have another skill set on top of the traditional skill sets that should be acquired by any law graduate. That is entrepreneurial mindset. And looking at how legal profession is being transformed, especially the challenges that we face as a result of the pandemic, having entrepreneurial mindset in any law graduates, I would say, is very important and very timely and very relevant, not only to ensure the survival and sustainability of our profession, but also to make sure that we stay relevant. So when we talk about entrepreneurship, it doesn't mean that we own the business. Own businesses is one thing, but if let's say we are working for somebody else, um, the employer would regard us as an asset, bearing in mind that we have that mindset that could actually bring in more clients, good clients. What more, the importance of entrepreneurship is very amplified if we want to open up our own business. So the fact that we have our final year in the office simulation setup, that is actually, I would say, the key to the entrepreneurial mindset, right? It's just that we need to expand it and highlight it and instill that on our students to make sure that they understand and they comprehend the importance of this skill set as law graduates. So I think what we have today, this afternoon, we are very fortunate, very grateful to have the three of our speakers today who have your own business, and I think you can share with us your journey and experience. I'm sure the moment you came out from the faculty, bukan terus-terus kita berjaya. There were so many hardships, ups and downs, like a roller coaster, that I think it's going to be very beneficial for our students to understand. So thank you so much once again, our three beloved ex-students, our alumni. This is basically an act of exemplary and philanthropic that we are making us very, very proud. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are presenting to you these three great speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Cik Yunus.
Thank you, Dekan. Well, we have three speakers. They are all our alumni. So much to talk about them because I have had the opportunity of teaching most of them, okay, in my long career in the faculty, but I'm not important. So our speakers are Ahmad Fakri Abu Sama, though that we might share the same parent's name, but I'm not related to him. Just coincidentally, and Mrs. Shuhada Alauddin and Muhammad Haziq Diauddin. So I will try to, because they have a very long CV here and glorious one, let me try to finish them in time so that we have the opportunity for them to share their experience. Ahmad Fakri Abu Sama. Okay, Mr. Ahmad Fakri Abu Sama is currently the managing director of Messrs. Fakri and Co. He obtained his LLB and LLM from UiTM. He is also a holder of diploma in construction law from the Law Society of Ireland. And he started his career in law as an advocate and solicitor in the High Court of Malaya in 2013. In a firm Messrs. Azwa and Partners before establishing his own firm or his own practice in 2019. So Mr. Ahmad Fakri is popularly known as one of those persons who had actually put his name on the highest peak of the world. He was an active person ever since he was a student. He was a student in our beloved faculty, among other. He had joined the university charity program. But I remember him very well as one of the person who had climbed the Mount Everest in 2007 in conjunction with the yes, we should applaud that. Okay, in conjunction with the 50th independence anniversaries. He had also been involved in multiple expeditions before and after that climb. He is a person, I suppose, that has a very high climbing skill as well as very motivated. To read his climbing career, I myself feel very small, down to earth, because he had succeeded to conquer the highest peak of the world. I suppose for those participants who want to know more, you can ask him questions later. Mrs. Shuhada Alauddin is also an alumni. She is a business energy coach and founder of My Real. Okay. Shuhada coaches entrepreneurs transform their business aura through the release of mental and emotional blockage so that they can expand their business and increase revenue. I suppose that skill is very important after or post COVID-19. Most of us are affected mentally as well as physically because of that. I suppose a talk from Mrs. Shuhada would actually will assist us. She is also an international speaker who has spoken at Muslim Lifestyle Expo in Manchester, United Kingdom, and the Tokyo Model Fashion Week in Tokyo, Japan, among others. She has been featured in numerous media outlets, including Thrift Global, HuffPost, British Muslim TV, Halal Media Japan, Cosmopolitan Malaysia, and Marie Claire. She is available to speak on most of the topics related to career change, entrepreneurship, and business energy. While Muhammad Hazi Diaudin is a partner of a firm of his own. He has started his legal career in 2008 as the Deputy Public Prosecutor in General and Sexual Offences Unit, a Federal Counsel in Research Division, and Deputy Prosecutor in AMLA Unit. He successfully prosecuted many public interest cases, while serving as a deputy public prosecutor at the Attorney General Chamber in Putrajaya. He then joined the Bank Negara as a legal counsel and prosecuting officer in litigation and human resource law unit at the legal division in 2012. Later, he was the senior manager of the legal and regulatory affairs of the Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia, FIMM, a self-regulatory organization under the Security Commission. His experience in both Bank Negara Malaysia and Security Commission gave him a complete view of all financial crimes, compliance, and regulation. He has a very long CV here. You can read it. Too long for me to read. But the two nicknames that I know from our speakers that is popular. I know Mr. Haziq as Atong, and I know Fakri as Manai. These are the names. I hope that you continue to carry the name because that is very distinctive to you all. So to give the opportunity to all the three of us to present their entrepreneurial experience, I first call Manai, if I can use that.
Yeah, you can.
The floor is yours, Manai.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks to Encik Yunus. Today we're being surrounded by many good people and great people. Dr. Hatimi Saripan, my contract lecturer when I was in part 2, I guess. Dr. Hafsha, tadi ada Mami, and Puan Rafizah is here. My colleague Atong, speakers Puan Shuhada, and my dear brothers and sisters. Right. So, okay. I know that this week is a long week for everyone. Two overwhelming academic discussion over the law, procedures, Order 14 right to Order 100. So today we are not going to talk about law anymore. Hey. And then the topic given to us today, I come, I see, and I conquer. So let's see what I can share with you. And I would start to say that despite looking at the legal profession as a noble profession, to provide justice for our society, for our people, tolong orang susah, tolong yang kena wrong time, wrong place, and help them providing advice, and what else? To fight for, family issues, family matters, land matters, and so on and so forth. But to this topic, we also should look the law profession from the perspective of a business industry, right? Having said that, I would rather suggest that the legal industry is a huge market out there. It's a huge market. Okay, it should be stand as a business, right? So I give you an example. If you plan to appoint Gopal Siram or Tan Sri Apandi Ali or even Mr. Haziq here as your co-counsel, right? So there'll be a charge for it. They come with a value. Why? Because they have a specific knowledge of a certain areas of law. For example, like Mr. Haziq here is well versed in the issue of AMLA, commercial crime, so on and so forth. Right. Saya sendiri pun, when I start my career back in 2011, I start with Nik Sagi Ismail, working for someone, get salary for 1,800 ringgit after deduction of EPF KWSP, so living the net salary is about 1,600. I see myself, looks what I'm going to be in 10 years time. Still makan gaji lagi, still I'm living the same condition. What about my lifestyle? What about my family, my kids, my wife, my mother? So now slowly I gain knowledge and skills, and in 2013 I've been appointed as managing partner in Azwa and Partners before I start on my own last year. Now, in short, to suit to today's topic, I would explain, because today I choose 3 words for me to describe the topic today. What should everyone have in your mind and in your thinking and in your body? Number 1, the word is determination. Now, for me, I'm doing a civil litigation, purely civil litigation, and my niche areas is construction law. I'm facing contractor, main contractor, subcontractor, supplier. I'm dealing with adjudication, arbitration, construction litigation in construction court. So I must be someone very determined. First and foremost, the legal career is a place, the legal firm is a place where people with only a problem come here and see you and ask for your advice. If people with no problem, they won't come and see you. So make sure your office have enough space for people's problem. Right. And number 2 is when you first try to understand your client's problem, your client's problem will become the opportunity for you to make some money out of it, provided you provide a good and competent advice. Okay. Assuming today someone come and see you and looks, Encik Fakri, saya ada problem, saya telah dilantik sebagai subcontractor kepada projek MRT. So along the way, my employer not happy dengan piling yang saya pasang. To them, I should first consult dengan civil and structural engineer, where I fail to do so. So when it comes to payment, they refuse to verify my interim certificate. Okay. So first, when you get this problem, what comes to my mind is how I'm going to provide a good advice for my prospect client, so that I can secure this job, I can secure this business, right? When you determine to do so, it encourages you to go and seek for the right knowledge, right? So ini bukan kita bersembang kedai kopi, encik ada masalah, oh okay, saya adalah orang yang tepat. Because ada yang bertanyakan saya sekiranya on the very first day, look Cik Fakri, adakah kita mempunyai jaminan bahawa kes saya akan menang? I would say loud and clear, looks, you come to the wrong place. Ini bukan counter bomoh. For me, untuk meramalkan whether you can win or not, listen to your facts and listen to the evidence, right? And then we analyze your facts, we analyze your evidence. And then we come with a recommendation what to do next. Okay. So to become someone determined, sometimes you are facing a fussy client. For example, like sebenarnya client when you come and see you, dia nak apa yang dia nak. Dia rasa betul even from day one. Okay, dia akan rasa orang lain di luar sana semua salah. That is the first impression that I experienced from interviewing my client. So from there, you want to put things right. And how you are going to advise if you feel the evidence is not in your client's favor. Looks. Encik, I give example, Encik Rahim, selepas saya melihat semua, saya dah mendengar fakta-fakta Encik Rahim, and then saya mendapati evidence tidak cukup dapat memuaskan tuntutan Encik Rahim di mahkamah. So what I can advise, mungkin Encik Rahim boleh consider to go for a mediation. At least you win something and you lose something, and you can continue dengan kerja di site. Example. Oh, klien akan biasanya dia tidak akan happy apabila mendengar lawyer yang tidak memberikan pandangan apa yang sebagaimana yang dia nak dengar. Right. Fearing to lose this job, so kita cuba memberikan satu pandangan yang tepat. That's why I said the first element is the determination. The second element I used to rely on is skills. You must have a good skills can be divided into few elements. Knowledge skills, your soft skills, your communication skills. Benda-benda ni ya adik-adik tidak akan dapat dipelajari di dalam sekolah at the university. Mungkin Puan Syahada pun agree, Mr. Haziq pun agree. Ini adalah perkara yang hanya akan you belajar along the way bila you dah masuk dalam dunia reality. Sometimes you know when to tone down, when to be humble, when to be aggressive, and when to attack someone. Right? Okay. And the third element that I think is very important, I used to say to all my lawyers in the firm, you must be someone disciplined. Discipline is a key point for you to success. Even when I climb mountain, I climb with a discipline. I start doing my summit attack at 2 a.m. Almost 2 a.m. When I climb in Africa ke in Nepal, I used to sleep from 8 to 10 and prepare for the summit attack at 2 a.m. in the morning. By applying the same principles in our daily life as a legal officer, if you need to reply to your affidavit in 14 days, there is no 15 days. It's only 14 or less than 14. If you need to file your common bundle within time or otherwise, the court will go for unless order. So you cannot bargain, Yang Arif, boleh tak saya dapatkan pelanjutan masa lagi 2 hari je saya minta? No. So discipline is very important to all legal officers. Timeline as per rule of court you must observe. So you cannot tell your boss, look boss minta hantar hari ni pukul 4:30 petang, boleh tak saya bargain sikit pukul 8 malam? Saya ada dinner dengan girlfriend saya lah. No. As employer I said no. When always my staff ask me, Cik Fakir bila nak hantar dokumen? I said I need the document yesterday, not today. So either you want to adjust your time sama je 24 jam. But if you want to adjust your time malam or early morning, pagi, waktu subuh you nak start buat hujan, it's up to you, it's not my problem. But if you want to become someone success, time discipline is very important to me. Right? So kalau lihat legal industry ni as a huge market, sebagaimana yang saya explain di part introduction tadi, all this element is very important. so that legal practice out here ataupun legal aspect in every company's legal accounting is the heart of every commercial companies in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. Semua syarikat Petronas, Shell, DRB Highcom, Sime Darby, the crucial part in the company is legal. You are going to give advice bagaimana mesyuarat ingin dilakukan. We are going to give advice tentang isu dealing with the authorities. We are going to give advice for a cross-border transaction. We are going to give advice and how to face, for example, like the construction industry, when they build a house, the project cannot be completed within time. They are facing potential claim for late accident damages, LAD. So we are going to give advice to the employer how to do a damage control. So to me, legal is very important in every aspect. So to say, to sustain in the legal industry, their basic term need to be observed. You don't talk about injunction today. I'm not going to talk about aturan 29 how to frame your injunction pleading. No. Knowledge you can read from the books. You forget about which section. You can always grab one statute and read. But there are some skills you cannot get from the books. And to be honest hari ni jangan cerita dengan orang ni, rahsia saya. I used to gain some input from Indian and Tamil movie that I watch. Tapi dia semua ada elemen law lah. I give you example. Last night, I watch movie Tamil nama dia Sakar. Sakar movie boleh tengok dekat Netflix. Sakar movie talks about the importance of one vote in every general election. And they start talking about law, what is rights of every people in the country to protect their rights to vote. Okay, so to me, how I'm survived dah hampir tak lama, hampir 11-12 tahun dalam this career. Sometimes there are something I read from the books. I read about the art of war. You want to go and fight in court, it's about war, it's about perang. Where to put your panglima is very important. When you want to call tentera berkuda is very important. So when you go to court and fight, bukanlah bermaksud kita bertikam dengan orang, but how to you strategize your case, right? So sometimes you had a problem when you subpoena someone as a witness. Bila you minta dia buat in chief, dia bagi semua statement is against your case. So how to deal with that situation, for example. Okay, which evidence need to be released today or simpan sampai peperangan sebenar bermula? Which witness should go first rather than to go last? Macam Lee Chong Wei, dia tengok Lindan keluar, Lee Chong Wei akan keluar last, right? So and some elements, and as I said, not from the books, I learned from a Tamil movie, to be honest, today, right? So I learned about the politics. I learned about this one case about Shivaji the boss. I try to understand AMLA. Sometimes very hard for me to understand the process of AMLA. But when I watch Shivaji, how they process the money, and the money from England coming back to India, then I know, oh, this is what they call money laundering, cuci duit. So the last word from me before I pass back the mic to Cik Yunus, open your mind. Jangan terlalu sempitkan. When you say pakai hitam putih, lawyers kita rasa like, oh, kita ada some degree of prestige. Yes, of course I do admit, but dia tidak membezakan kita dengan profesi yang lain. Just that legal profession is a noble profession for us to help society and to contribute back to society. Dalam masa yang sama, you must have a balanced life. I keep climbing almost every year. Last year before COVID start in China in 1st of January 2020. A week before 1st January, saya di Siguniang, somewhere in China also. So a year before that, I still climbing. So what I'm trying to say, no, you must have a balanced life. Tidak, I don't agree when you say that looks to become a good lawyer, you mesti hadap buku hari-hari, the journal hari-hari, and then kena hafal, tidur pun Evidence Act letak atas kepala so that semua provision turun dalam kepala. No, there's no such thing. You must make your life, your career interesting. Interesting in the sense, now macam saya dengan Haziq, we use dengan beberapa kawan lain, we used to discuss about many things. We talk about politics, we talk about the current development of law. In fact, today someone is sharing with us in the group regarding the press statement from Yang Arif Nalini. Okay, the opinion from the judge regarding the death penalty, whether the court can absorb the powers of parliament and whether the court can disagree with the parliament so that the court can rule against the penal code with regard to the punishment of dangerous drug acts and also murder offence. So we keep discuss every day. Kita tak discuss secara serius lah. Kita tak ada mencari siapa menang, siapa kalah, no. To make our career interesting, we just want to have a common understanding on what is the real position of the law. Right? So if you happy, the business can sustain. You have problem, your friends can help. Sometimes our income is not solely from my own firm. Saya juga sometimes di-appoint sebagai co-counsel for many firms in Shalam and in KL. In fact, tadi sebelum sembahyang Jumaat, one of the firm in Kota Baru also appoint me to do one case in Kota Baru. So, if you have skills, if you have value, macam kawan saya tadi kan, Syuhada, kita tengok dia punya profile, dia bagi talk dekat Manchester, dekat Tokyo. So, if you have value, people will pay and people will value your skills. So with that, I end first session first. I hand over to Cik Yunus. Thank you, Cik Yunus. Banyak mengajar saya evidence dulu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fakri. There you are. To be entrepreneurial and to have that mindset, one has to have determination. You must look that people problem is your opportunity. 2, you must seek right knowledge and skill. Do not be a bomo. You can't do miracle. You can't do miracle. If it is a losing case, it's a losing case. Be sincere to the client. You must discipline yourself, and punctuality is the most important thing. So do not hold it on me if I lock you out from the classroom. Okay, and lastly, you must open up your mind. Because by opening up your mind, you can find opportunity. You can find ways to resolve problem. Thank you very much for sharing that with our participant. Now, we go to Mrs. Shuhada Alauddin. Please share your knowledge and your experience, especially in an area or industry which is alien or different from your discipline, your legal discipline. Please welcome Mrs. Shuhada.
Thank you, Cik Yunus. Let me just start off by saying thank you to Dr. Hatini, Dr. Hafsha, Cik Yunus, of course, and for having me over today. And I want to say it's good to see familiar faces. I know Haziq was my senior, Atong. And Fakri is, I think, is my junior. You said you graduated 2011 kan, Fakri?
2008.
2008. Yeah, so I graduated. I shall not say what year, then you tell you what my age is. But I'm slightly younger than Haziq, I think. But he's my senior. Because he can be older, but he come in later, kan? But he's slightly a few semesters ahead of me. Anyways, it's so nice to see familiar faces. Let me do a brief introduction about how I got started into doing what I'm doing right now. I graduated in law. I went and did my chambering in Mrs. Shuklin and Bok, and then I worked there for a while. After that, I made my move to Mrs. Sharizat Rashid and Lee. I was actually from the Sharizat and Tan portion, and then they merged, became Sharizat Rashid and Lee after that. And then I left and joined a corporate boutique firm called Deal & Gill. Now I understand they don't do just corporate, they do like litigation, they do conveyancing and all sorts. But when I joined them, they were a corporate boutique firm because I was specializing in solely corporate work. So as correctly introduced by Encik Yunus, what I do now is I'm a business energy coach. Now, if you're wondering what exactly does a business energy coach does, before I tell you what exactly that I do, I need to share the story of why I do what I do now and how I got here. I was in legal practice for 10 years. I became a partner in Deal & Gill. And I was doing purely corporate work throughout, from, well, not chambering day. Chambering days, you have to, get used to everything, right? But then when I finished my chambering, I went straight into corporate, and that was what all I did. So companies takeovers, mergers, acquisitions, these were my jam. I loved doing them. So I used to go as a junior. I had to be sent to like Sarawak for 3 months and do due diligence. I had to be in Kuala Terengganu for 3 months to do due diligence. As a junior, usually they will send the juniors to learn the basics of everything. And then, of course, it involves doing a lot of drafting of contracts, negotiation of contracts. So I was doing that for a good 10 years. And naturally, when you do something as long as I did, you become good at it, right? But one day, I found myself, I couldn't draft a single clause, not even a single clause. I remember it was a Friday. I had to negotiate that on Monday. So Friday, I couldn't do anything. Came Saturday, I couldn't draft a single thing. Came Sunday, I was slowly freaking out. Because when you do corporate contracts, you don't just do one contract. There's always a series of contracts that you have to do. There's a share sale agreement and macam-macam lah, And I haven't even started with one. So I was freaking out on Sunday. I wasn't a partner yet then. I was a senior associate. So I called up my partner, and he said that, so how's the preparation for the thing? And I was like, I started crying on the phone. And he has never seen this side of me because he has known me a long time. He was actually a partner in Shahrizad Shendi, and he left and took us with him. So he knows how I am. And I said, I just couldn't drive it. I don't know why. And I said, oh, okay. All right, you know what? I think you're just really, you're burnt out. Send over the files to me and I'll take care of it. So he took over the file, and I went on leave for a week or so, macam tu. And during that 1 week break, for once, I had all this time on my hands. So I said, okay, I think I want to attend a class. So I came across this color therapy class, right? And I love colors. So I attended just to kill time. So it was a half-day program I attended, and then the coach was doing color personality identification on me. I volunteered, And then he said, oh, Shuhada, after doing the diagnosis, he said, your color is this is your characteristics, blah, 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 blah. And then one thing that he said, which until today I will still remember, it kind of like, in the movies, kalau you just tengok, the frame will freeze, and then you hear the angels sing, right? So I was in that situation. She said, oh, the kind of jobs that would really make you happy or fulfill you are like being a teacher, being a counselor, being then she started going on and on and on. But these two things stuck with me because I've always had this dream, angan-angan, that I want to be like a coach, a speaker, which is basically a teacher, and also / a counselor. But so I thought, you know what, probably that's what's going to make me happy. But I didn't leave legal practice right after that. I just kind of toyed with the idea, continued practicing after that, and one day I decided, I'm gonna pursue being a color therapy coach, because that's what I found my true calling through color therapy. So I want to master that topic so I can help other people find their purpose and find their true calling. So I did that. I got certified in color therapy, then I got certified in neuropsychology, I got certified in behavior analysis. Then I decided, I'm going to leave legal practice. and start my own coaching training company called MyReal, the one I'm doing right now. And so that's how I got to where I am right now. Okay, I started doing first as a color therapy, but now I'm into business energy, because along the years when I started my own company, yes, I love what I do, but there are a lot of challenges to running a business. In my case, I jumped straight into the deep end, and I just learned as I go along, which I realized that, if only I had known what I know now back then, I could have avoided certain mistakes, which is again part of what I coach now as a business energy coach, so that people who have just started, they will not make the same mistakes I did. So you can kind of shorten the learning curve for people. See, one thing that I've learned about the story where I left my legal profession to do what I do now is that you need to, the number one is you need to love what you do, right? So for those who are graduating, when I say love what you do, it could be one, you can still do law, practice law. In my case, of course, I did not, but my two other speakers, they love practicing law. You can see in the face of Farid's face when he was talking about his work. He loves what he does, And I'm sure the same with Haziq. And in my case, don't get me wrong, it's not that I didn't love what I used to do. I was doing corporate, I was drafting. I loved doing it for as long as I did. But I suppose I came to a point where there's something else missing, which I found in teaching, in coaching, what I do now. And I've loved every single second at what I'm doing. It's been since 2012 until now, it's been 8 years, and I have never thought about leaving my job now, as opposed to when I became a junior partner. I'm doing my work, I get paid a healthy sum of money, I had a great lifestyle, but then there's always that little part of me kept thinking, what else can I do? Should I start in this business? Should I start that business? So whenever I had friends who say, hey, Shu, you want to invest in this business stuff? They will be the one running it, I'll be the one investing, and I'll be quick to say yes. Because in my head, I would think maybe I can leave legal practice and join that business. So that's another thing I want to share with you. But I'll come to that point later. So first, find what it is that you love doing. So if it's into legal practice, which area of legal practice are you going to go into, right? In my case, it was corporate law. So maybe in your case, you like convincing, you like litigation. Litigation maybe ada banyak cabang dia, banking litigation. So I'm sorry lah guys, lawyers, I've forgotten a lot of the legal stuff. So please add on when you can. But there's so many categories, there's so many cabang to it, right? Ask yourself, if it's not legal practice, you want to go into something else. Again, ask yourself, what is it that you love doing, right? That's number one. Number two, because the topic today is about entrepreneurship. Okay, assuming you want to go into whatever that you found that you want to go into business, with, you need to have the right mindset. And let me add on something else. People always talk about mindset, but for me, you will hear have the right mindset and also have the right heart set. Because I believe these are two different things. Your mind could be saying something else, your heart could be saying something else. To me, the heart is more where the body is, where the subconscious is. The mind is where the conscious is, right? Conscious mind. So these two, your mind and your heart, they need to be in alignment in order for you to have very, very exponential results. If your mind says something else, your heart says your mind says something else, your heart says something else, the results you're going to get is going to be like 50-50, So know what is it that you want here and here. And then you align them. And whatever it is that you're going to do, whatever you want to achieve, inshallah, I always say inshallah, but most of the time you'll accomplish what you want because they are in alignment. These two will get you the kind of results because you will take actions congruent with these two things, your mind and your heart set, right? So have the right mindset because that will also determine the energy that you put out. So here is where my expertise comes in, energy. What exactly is energy? So what you think, how you feel, what you speak, the actions that you take, these are all energy. Right? In everything that we do as a student, as a business person, like I said, like you're a lawyer or any business that you do, that you deal with, that you go into, what energy that you put out is going to determine the level of success you're going to get. If you go out with feeling scared, for example, or you have fear, certain fears, if you're to go and appear before a judge, you have this fear of talking. That is the kind of energy they're gonna feel. Before they can see you, before you speak, they'll sense that energy first. So always get that energy right. And how do you do that? Like I said, through the mindset and the heart set. So if you remember, Cik Yunus was doing the introduction earlier, I do help entrepreneurs transform their business aura through the release of mental and emotional blockages. So that's basically what I do, right? Because then this will determine the kind of energy that you put up. The other thing that I want to also share, talking about, touching on entrepreneurship, is that you need to have continuous learning. So just because we've all graduated in law, learning shouldn't stop there, because then now comes like what Fakri was saying, you need to know the other knowledge and other skills that you need, not just as a lawyer, but also to run a business. If you're going to set up a legal firm, how to set up a legal firm. So you need to have all this extra knowledge and skills. So you need to have continuous learning. Invest in yourself for you to learn all these other skills, which again, what my fellow speaker was saying earlier, Fakri saying, you're not going to live from books. You can take a book and learn, but it's never the same as, you know, like taking, learning it from somebody else who teach you the ropes, you know. And that brings me to also the point that if you're going to start a business, you're going to go somewhere, you're going to be somebody, don't try to figure it all out by yourself. Know first what you want to achieve. So example, you want to be a successful lawyer with a firm, right? And what level of you want to get into. You want to have a medium-sized firm, you have a large-sized firm. And then go and find a mentor, a person who has actually done it, a person who has actually accomplished what you want, and learn from that person. You know, get that person to be your mentor, to teach you the ropes on how to get to where he or she has, the roads they've taken, you know, the steps they've taken to get to where they are today. Don't try to like figure out something on your own. You can do that, but then most of the time, trust me, you're going to end up like, you know, making a lot of mistakes. So this saves you from making all the mistakes, right? Get a mentor, learn from them. And I think the last thing I want to say for now is that I know the younger generation now always refer to social media, right? You look at somebody's social media and you see the kind of success this person have, the car they drive, the lifestyle they have, and you want that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want that too, right? You see like, oh, this person travels somewhere. I want a kind of that kind of life too, that kind of lifestyle. But I've also realized, because probably because I'm older, I've also realized that what you see on social media is probably just like a small percentage of what the reality is. And sometimes maybe the person really does have those things, but you don't see the struggle, the challenges that they go through behind the scenes to get to where they are. So people usually want to like, oh, they want this fast. They want it quick. You want to maybe start a business and then you want to like immediately drive fancy cars and this and that, you know, and wear designer stuff. But, you know, it takes time. You can, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that realize that probably this person who has all these things, they've already done all the work behind the scenes. So don't be afraid to having to start from scratch and kind of build yourself up along the way over the years. Yeah, so I think that's a little bit about entrepreneurship from me today. If there's any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them later on. So back to Encik Yunus.
Thank you very much, Shuhada. Well, there you are. There are a few tips that you can take from Shuhada's story. First, you need to love what you do. Then you must have the right, not only mindset, as well as heart set, and find a mentor. Then you can venture into whatever businesses that you are thinking or planning. So let us now go to the next speaker, Encik Muhammad Haziq Diaudin, or also probably known as Atong. And I suppose you work with a lot of firms, government agencies, bank negara, and then you want to start your own business. Okay. Can you share with us, okay, how do you start this business? Starting from what type of business that you want to venture into, where the office is going to be, what type of office, and what is the capital to set up this? Because when we talk about entrepreneurship, we cannot run away from thinking about this, apart from thinking into what is the kind of business that we want to venture into. So the floor is yours, Atong or Aziz.
Fine, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, everyone. It's a scared thing for a lawyer to share their experience on daily matters, bukan legal matter, because we usually we hear the problem of others, and we only talk to the judges. Right now, I'm talking to you based on my experience. Tak biasa sangat, but I will try my level best, okay, to deliver what I think that you should obtain ataupun that you should practice in order for you to succeed. First of all, a little bit of my experience, okay. My talk ni dia akan overview dia macam ni. The first one is the my experience, okay, and then dalam experience tu, there are traits that I learn and I evolve. The evolution tau, from saya 10 tahun, 11 tahun dulu, the evolution until today, and what are the traits that I can share. And number 3, legalpreneurship, entrepreneurship, the business. That is our goal. To be honest, sebelum saya habis, dulu kita ada BLS and LLB honors, 2 sets of degree. Okay, when I finished my LLB honors, the first thing that came into my mind, I want to be a policeman, police officer, man, muscle man kan, in uniform. Itu, I just want to be like that. I don't know why, but it just be. And my surroundings, my family, all government officers. Dia tak ada yang entrepreneurship, business, no, nothing like that. So my surroundings at that point of time is based on that. Jadi pekerjaan, you are good. Okay? And then, bila saya nak pergi interview for police officer, dia punya form tu habis. Form habis, and then I started thinking at that point of time, what should I do now? Should I continue my LLB honors? Just be with the flow lah, kan? Just go with the flow. Habiskan LLB honors. I finished my LLB honors. At that point of time, I never think of myself to become a lawyer. So, apa yang I patut jadi? Again, come to my mind, PTD officer, DPP. Tapi sebab masa tu kita di ITM, kita ada thank you to the faculty lah. At that point of time, chambers came to our faculty and interview. So I decided to join the interview. And then I was I was offered to be the DPP. Masa jadi DPP tu, to me, that's the end of the world. Tak ada apa dah. Nothing more to achieve. It's just there. Okay? Jadi federal council. It's just there. Nothing more for me. Macam dah habis dah, okay, dah top dah masa tu. And then at that point of time, there's this regulation by the government to say that to those officer yang obtain LLM masters, you punya gaji naik. See, again, dollar and cents. Dollar and cents will play a major important role in your career atau in your life. Masa tu kita fikir dapat gaji lebih, okey lah buat masters LLM. Saya buat dengan Fakri. I did it with Fakri masa tu and finish my LLM, nasib baik lulus. And lepas tu saya tak tahu buat apa. I just don't know what to do. Okay? To stay in service or to go up. Here, masa tu, my experience was prosecuting commercial crimes. When they talk about commercial crime, it's all about problems, documents. Tak ada lawyer yang suka bawa documents to court and examine all the documents, okay? So what did I do? I developed a new technique to analyze all the documents. Kat situ saya perasan, I have this skill lah. I boleh jual ni benda lah. That is entrepreneurship. You develop your set of skills. Tak orang lain tak buat. So when you go to court, all the judges were smiling because they know their day had been made easier by you. You senangkan kerja semua orang. Dokumen cantik, everything is in order, semua orang happy. Okay? Dekat situ kita fikir, I have something that I can share, that I can sell. Tapi kalau saya duduk dalam government, mana saya boleh pergi? I kena tunggu turn lah untuk naik pangkat for promotion. And based on that experience tadi on AMLA, everything documents, my skills, how do I present the documents in court dalam keadaan yang tak boring. So Bank Negara opening, and Bank Negara offered me for a post. Of course kena pergi interview lah. Kita pergi interview. Okay, Bank Negara I did the same. Make sure everyone had an easy life. Semua orang senang, court senang, everybody senang. Okay, and then kat situ I stuck. Sebab Bank Negara is close service. Someone die, kalau you punya superior die ke, dia besar ke, baru you naik pangkat. So kat situ I feel stuck. Where do I go next? Saya tak pernah terfikir lagi nak entrepreneurship, to own my business, or to start my business. Never thought of that. Okay, and then suddenly good offer coming in from FIMM for me to be the head of the regulatory lah. Buat kerja macam biasa, dekat situ a good salary, really good, a good life. I just go to office and balik rumah, tak pergi court. I just had a wonderful time of my life. Tapi it just there, you know, you miss something. What is that? Because you think you have that skill set that you can sell. And later on, I decided to start my own practice. Again, to start, you must have a good set of friends. Okay, this is another trick. Daripada based on my experience tadi, you can pick up maybe one or two traits that I would like to share, which is number one, attitude. In order for you to become a good entrepreneur, or should I say this situation, legalpreneur, you must have a good attitude. Most officers or most people yang I have experience to work with, dia bila datang benda susah, alah sudahlah. They just, you know, malas dah. Dia bukan malas, dia malas nak to fight, malas nak buat benda tu senang. So, in order for you to succeed, you must have a good attitude. Attitude in meaning the right attitude in whatever you are doing. Okay, how you look at things, how you decide, how you think is all attitude. If you have a good attitude, the good opportunity will come to you, because people they have this they can see this from your eyes or from your action, from your works, that you have a good attitude. From there, you will have a good opportunity, and just start with it. Okay, back again. Kenapa I start my own business? As I said, I have a good set of friends. Another treat for you guys is to take care of your friends yang you kenal daripada sekolah, university, or mana-mana. Okay, jaga these sets of friends, because friends, they will introduce you with opportunity if you are good. So in order for me to start my own business, and I'm blessed actually, I don't have to think about the capital, I don't have to think about the office, I don't have to think about everything. Okay, orang kata masuk cuci kaki, because my sets of friends, the good friends of mine yang since university, yang duduk rumah sama-sama, main sama-sama ni, they dah open their own office. They said to me, okay, you have these sets of skill, experience yang ramai orang tak ada, AMLA lah, apa benda, commercial crimes. Go, please come and join us. So at that point of time, kita baru terfikir, wah, boleh jual juga kan? So kita keluar. So when I go out, I join them, and we start full blast. Kat sini, decision making process is important. Kadang-kadang orang dia tak nak decide. Dia macam fikir, boleh ke aku buat? Don't think like that. You must think, aku boleh buat. Because whatever conduct, whatever words that you are saying is like a doa. Believe me. You take care of that first. You can do it. Okay? You can do it, and you are willing to do it. Tak kira lah kerja lebih masa ke apa, when you have the right skill set and of course attitude, you will go to the right place. Just believe in yourself, believe in doa, itu je. Okay, and then the opportunity started to coming in for us. A lot of good things datang, and we deliver, and I think it's a good story lah. Okay, but the important thing is you must know when to act and how to act. When the opportunity comes to you, you must decide, is this a good opportunity or is this not? Selalunya kita akan fikir, maybe this is not a good opportunity for me lah. Yeah. But try to change that mindset, that mentality. That set of mentality you kena buang. And then, of course, I believe as a Muslim or someone who believes in God, ask for guidance. Just ask for it. You can do it. Just ask for it. And the next thing, pushing and pulling factor. Okay, whenever that you are in the organization, there must be an event that makes you think, should I stay? Should I leave? Take that as a sign. Okay, macam saya, I come from chambers, government office. Yang to me, it's the top dah. I dah achieve everything in the world lah. Nothing more for me. Tapi when I take the surroundings as a signal, I think I better go now. Just go. But in order for you to do that, you must have a good experience. You must have a good attitude. Legalpreneurship, what is that? To me, the first time I got it dalam poster tu lah, legalpreneurship. I try to think, how do we best combine these two words? Legal is about services. In entrepreneurship, you have retails, you have foods, you have macam-macam lagi benda. Legalpreneurship is about your service to the people, to your clients. And from there on, how would you progress from that? Try to offer something that's orang lain tak offer. Contohnya, in our firm, we develop documented, kita panggil documented or filing system yang based on clouds. Okay, so you don't have to carry your files everywhere ke apa. Just tengok on your phone, buka, you will have access to all the documents that available in the system. From there on, bila jumpa klien, semua orang tengok, wow, semua benda ada dalam. And that's how you sell things. That's how you sell confidence. Okay? Number 2, regarding the office, you know, sering tanya pasal office, how do we decide the office? Normally, a lawyer office ni dia boring and dull, okay? It's all about books, wooden panel, chairs, big tables, and that's it. So bila kita masuk tu, automatic kita rasa boring. We try to change that. Kita orang punya office lebih kepada macam dia homey. Okay, homey maksudnya kat situ lah ada macam-macam benda sebab our nature of business memang demanded us stay here in the office and sleep, makan semua kat sini. See, that's how you adjust. You adjust your skills, you adjust your daily life with your business. If you can do that, you are going to the right direction. First thing first, as I said many times, attitude. Attitude. If you have the right attitude, the world will come for you. Believe me, we've been there. We've been there yang daripada zaman tak ada files, zaman tak ada, we have nothing lah. to where we are now. I'm not saying that we are good and successful now. We are not. Long way to go. But the value though, yang keep you going on and on and on. As I said, keep your friends closer, your enemies, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Be nice to everybody. It's not that hard. Because bila masa there is a possibility that we need help from others. So I think that's all on the point. And back to you, Cik Yunus.
Thank you very much, Aziz. From the gist, the point that you were making just now, one of the motivating factor is dollar and cent.
Yes.
So that motivates you to move from one area of practice to another area of practice than opening up on your own. Then I noticed you also mentioned that networking is very important. So maintain your school friend, uni friend, or the current present profession or business friendship, because these people will give you work. They will come back to you and certainly help you to develop your business. And attitude is also one as the important point that you mentioned just now. Do not turn away from difficulty, because difficulties are challenges, and if you turn away, you are running away from challenges. So if you run away, you already lose. So basically, whatever challenges that come in front of you, you just move forward. And
just do it. Yes.
Yeah, just do it. And decision making is very important. You must make decision and take opportunity from everything that comes. And I noticed just now you use technology, because technology not only make it easier for you to give a good service, as well as it impress people, it impress clients. Okay. We have a number of questions here. If any one of the speaker can attend to it. First, I have Sarah Azman said, Assalamualaikum speakers. I would like to ask, how do you manage your time with business schedule and personal life? As when we are too focused on career, we tend to lose engagement with families, etc., especially women here. I suppose let us start with Shuhada, since the question come from a lady and she is dealing with that issue. Shuhada, can you please respond to that? Can you break the energy of this student or this participant and help her? Thank you.
Sure. I'll do my best. Sarah, right? Sarah Azman. A good question. I think everybody will have this challenge of trying to have a work-life balance, be it women or men. Then, how I can only share based on my own personal experience. So let's start from there. So for me to be able to do that, I usually set it out with intention. So I would initially, when I first started working, I was working like all the time. But at that time, I didn't have my own family, so I was okay with that. I was happy working from. I would go in at 10 in the morning, and sometimes I would finish up to 12 midnight, and I love doing it. I'm not saying that you should do it, but I'm just saying that I love doing what I was doing. And this time, at the time, I was in legal practice. So I didn't have a family except for my parents. They understand that I love doing it. So, but I make it a point on weekends. I'll spend time with my parents. And then when I got married, I had my firstborn, my first son. I intentionally set out that I want to have more time with my son, so I must be able to divide my attention to my work, or my focus to my work, and also to my son, my husband, and the family as a whole. And then, when you're married, it's not just about your husband, it's about your, we had to visit my in-law and, my parents, and because they want to go see the choo-choo and things like that, right? So it's about setting the intention. And then I at the time I was still in a firm, and I didn't have to do a lot of marketing. I was just basically, I do some marketing, but mostly it was done by my senior partners. They will bring in the job and they will give it out to us to do it. So I didn't have to worry about doing a lot of marketing. But when I started my own business, which is My Real, I had to do my own marketing, right? If I don't go out market myself, if I don't do anything, then naturally there won't be any jobs coming in, and that equals to no money, right? So I had to then do more. I had to go out, network, see people, and this and that. So again, it starts with the intention. I set this intention that no matter what, I want to make time for my family. And if the work that I'm required to do requires me to be away more from my family, I'm not going to take that job. So I started setting up parameters. So this is what I'm going to do. Anything within the parameters, okay, I will take it. With exception, sometimes it may not everything within the parameters, but there must be benefits to it. I will still take it up. But you basically have to set your parameters, set your boundaries, and then you work within that. At one point, I was traveling quite a bit. When Encik Yunus mentioned that I went to Manchester and I went to Tokyo, those two were within the same year, and I think 1 or 2 months apart from each other. Not even 2 months. I think it was 1 month apart. And my son was still young at the time. So when I went to Manchester, I went for a full 2 weeks without my son. That was the first time I was away from him. And I can already know from there that I didn't like being away from my son. True, we have technology to be in touch and all that. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a clingy mother. I don't know. But I couldn't stand being away from my son. And after that, when I came back from Manchester, I decided that whatever speaking engagement I'm going to get outside of Malaysia, I will make it a point that I'll be able to bring my family with me. And so when it came to the Tokyo one, 1 month after that, I decided to take, because I was paid handsomely enough that I was able to take my husband and my son with me. So we went. I did my job for, the talk was like 3-4 days. We went for 2 weeks. When I'm done with my work, we went traveling. And I was happy. And I felt, okay, this is what, I don't mind doing this. So since then, when I get any speaking engagements, my non-negotiable is that I must be able to take my family or my kids. Now I have more than one, so I must be able to take my kids with me. That's for me. So I'm not saying that you have to do that, but my point here is, what is your intention? No, in order for you to set your intention, you need to know what you want. Again, you tepuk dada tanya selera, orang kata, right? And be honest with whatever that you want. There's no right or wrong, because it's for you. I might tell you like, bring your family, but you might think, no, I don't want to bring my family with me because I want to just focus on my work. That's fine too. But know what you want and set your intention. And for me to be working, well, now for the past few years, I realized for me to be working at my optimum level, I need to get enough sleep. I must have at least 7 hours of sleep. So that next morning I wake up early, I wake up fresh. That's one. I never do my work before I go to sleep at night. I used to do that, but now I don't, because then when you go to sleep, your mind hasn't shut off properly. So subconsciously, your work is still going to be in your head. So when you sleep, you wake up probably feeling like macam not feeling refreshed. So always make sure that you turn off your mind from work at least 2-3 hours before you go to bed. And that the same goes for gadgets. No looking at your phones, at tablets before you go to sleep, right? And then you go to sleep, wake up early, and that's first one, enough sleep. 2, you gotta stay active, get enough, I would say exercise. And when I say exercise, I don't mean like Fakri go and panjat gunung and things like that. If you're not into it, right? If you are, please go ahead. I love hiking as well. Tapi tak pernah panjat gunung lah, Fakri. That's like to-do list. Anak I besar sikit, I'll go. But keep yourself active. Go for a walk. 20-30 minutes. That's all you need. Tak payah nak. Doesn't have to be so rigorous. That's another thing. Second thing. The third thing is eat well. Eat healthy, eat well. You don't want to overeat and you don't want to be under eating as well. And eat nutritious food. Those food will put your mind in a very sharp condition that allows you to be in a high performance mode. So these are the 3 things, or maybe 4 things I listed out that help me to focus on my work and also having a work-life balance. I hope that helps. I'm sure the other two speakers have a lot more to add on as well.
Thank you, Shuhada. I think that helps a lot. Fakri, Tuan Fakri, what about you? How do you handle this thing?
Okay, wow. The question about time. So how do I arrange my time and schedule? Okay, let's see. I give you the analogy, my daily life. I start my day at normally around 6 a.m. I have 2 kids and 1 wife. So, still one. So 6 a.m. Ready for shower and gerakkan the kids. So they prepare the kids for the school. Around 6:45 now, my routine is attend to them. Dia orang suka buat trampoline, jump dengan main basikal pagi. So I just give about 10 to 15 minutes from 6:45 to 7 a.m.
I remember rumah Fakri ada climbing punya Tuhan.
Ada. Yeah. So 7 a.m.
So impressed. Macam banyak sangat barang-barang.
So my wife working with AG Chambers, now stationed at the SUK Selangor. So my wife start drive at 7 a.m, bring one kids, I'll bring another kids. So kita punya meeting point pagi adalah 7:30 dekat any restaurants close to the kindergarten. My kids sekolah dekat section 8. So we had a breakfast together, makan, layan dia makan roti canai, dia nakkan teh-o, so layan. Because sometimes that is the only quality time I can spend with my wife and my kids. So after breakfast 8 a.m, hantar dia orang pergi sekolah. So my wife go to the office, same goes to me. My office start at 9 a.m, so hari-hari memang saya selalu buka office. Or otherwise ada court duty, so I go straight to the court. Because if I reach the court around 8:15 to 8:30, I have at least half an hour to read my file. To refresh my strategy, to prepare some notes. So before start my hearing or any trial, right? So 9, if I have a trial, let's say trial begin at 9:15. So 9 to 9:15 is for me untuk, I call it as tempo bertenang. I just want to focus, stand somewhere, just try to find my tune, focus and prepare to bang someone today. Right? Okay. So if I don't have any court duty, just my normal duty, go to the office, and at 12, anak saya balik sekolah 12:30. So if I don't have any court duty or pergi outstation somewhere, so I must make sure that I go together with my wife to ambil anak-anak from sekolah. Hantar pada rumah parents and come back to office and do something. Okay, now I try to avoid in my daily routine melepak. No, I'm not used to it. I respect, like my Haziq ni kawan baik. So sometimes I respect dia busy, dia respect saya busy, because we really, time is so limited. We must make use of it every minute. So kalau tak ada apa-apa, come back to office, read something or peruse something or draft something. And then petang meeting, sometimes sampai malam. So malam saya tahu dah, my wife dia akan tidur and my kids akan tidur by Isyak. So biasanya saya balik 10, 11 or 12, memang dia dah tidur. So as I said, tadi saya punya quality time memang pagi, breakfast. Itulah masa baru bercakap dengan someone, dengan wife, dengan anak-anak. Okay, from Monday to Friday, that is the routine. If kalau pergi outstation, we used to do macam Syuhada kata tadi, all the technology, iPad, semua boleh call, video call, just make sure they are happy, they know where their father is. And then saya ada lagi seorang ibu, now stay alone in Bangi, so I must make sure every week, almost every week, every Sunday I go and visit my mom. Right? And then pagi pun kadang-kadang sebelum macam budak-budak kecil juga lah, umur pun dah tua tapi macam budak kecil, I call my mom and say, look ma, hari ni ada trial, please doa for me. So because I know doa dia memang berkat. Right? Kita pun rasa like peace of mind, kita rasa seronok untuk buat kes hari tu, start my day. And then tadi Ahad, so Sabtu, either half day for my office work, still for my office work, it's too bad, but half day lagi for the kids. Oh, saya akan tahu dah. Pagi before go to office, every Saturday, mesti main basikal. Dia nak main basikal, dia nak pergi climb. So, okay, I attend for 1 hour and then kita makan sama-sama lah. And then half day pergi office, half day lagi petang, sama juga kita pergi jogging, saya ada treadmill kat rumah, ada wall climbing gym, so kita buat sama-sama dekat rumah. Ada pond fish, so dia suka bagi ikan makan, bla bla bla. So that's how I spend my 1 week from Monday to Sunday. So whatever it is, job is one thing, family also important to you. You nak cari banyak-banyak sebenarnya untuk siapa? For your family, right? So I mean, to me, my philosophy is different. You work hard because so that you can prepare the best for your family. You can send your kids to a good school. You can, orang perempuan kita faham lah, if you can prepare everything for her, then she can smile. Okay, you can have a maid. You boleh makan sedap, hari ni nak sebut makan ketam, you boleh makan. So what you need to do is you work hard and make sure they can smile. Thank you, Sid.
Thank you very much. In other words, you must plan your, you must have a daily schedule, and you must not forget your parent. And most importantly, apart from that too, must make your partner smile.
Correct.
When she or he is happy, you will be happier. So, thank you very much. Tadi cerita pasal Haziq suka melepak. Dia macam mana dia tak melepak? Semua partner dia adalah kawan dia kat universiti. Syahrul, Amini, office pun dia boleh melepak. So, Haziq, how do you plan your busy practice as well as your family and friend?
It's hard, really hard. Not like others. To me, based on my experience, someone need to sacrifice. It's either me or my family. In order to win some, you must lose some. So we compromise. We compromise. Whenever that I'm busy, my wife needs to understand that. Dia pun busy juga. Dia pun the officer of the court. Masa dia prosecute dulu pun susah for us to balance the time. Because balik rumah pun dia bawa file. Macam saya bawa file tapi dalam telefon lah, tak nampak saya. So from there on, we begin to compromise. Okay, we need to respect each other. Tapi bila anak makin besar tu, we felt something is not right, not good for the child. I have one daughter, age 9, darjah 3 sekarang. Daripada compromise tu, and we decided someone need to sacrifice. And it so happened that my wife decided that she can sacrifice, biarlah dia berhenti kerja, so she can duduk rumah dan tengok, bagi full commitment to my daughter. So to me, whenever that my wife willing to make that sacrifice, I think okay, other part of me is relief because ada orang tengok rumah. The other part of me, I must do better. Itu pressure tu, I must do better. Kalau tak, habis. So that pressure keep me busy and keep me focused. So I need that in my life. I need pressure to keep me moving. So in simple word, compromise and respect each other. You win some, you lose some. You cannot have everything in the world. So it's up to your wisdom.
Thank you very much. Wow, that is actually a big sacrifice for your wife to stop working so that you can she can focus on the family and you can focus on your very busy practice. We have a question here, but this question we have two questions, one directed to Fakri and the other directed to Haziq. So let us begin with the question here. That as Fakri. Okay, it's by Faida Aida. Okay, especially to Fakri here. Based on your experience, how do you handle the client after if you lose the case? You win some, you lose some. So how do you handle it, Fakri? We probably will actually move to Haziq later because these are two practices. Because in practice, winning case is very important. Winning case, you establish a good rapport. So when you lose case, what do you do?
Okay, wow, it's very tough question. Thank you, Faida. So how should I start? All right. After any hearing or trial or any decision from any case, The hardest part is when you need to inform your client, looks, the decision is not in your favor, so what we should do next. Sometimes it takes a few minutes for me to explain why. Because you know for a fact that when you tell your client, looks, we lost the case, they refuse to pay you a fee. So you should think wisely how to explain to your clients. Fee is one thing, but I used to say to my client, looks, any fight in court, any case in court does not, you cannot compare with any sports or competition where there is a winner or loser. So you win or you lose. But we are talking about justice. If your facts and if your evidence rightfully is in your favor, then the justice is for you. Or otherwise, you might jeopardize someone's justice. And even if you feel that, looks, you have a very strong case based on the pleadings, based on the statement of claim, defense, counterclaim, looks, you're going to win this. But the whole scenario, you're not talking about just the pleadings. You're talking about, okay, whether your document is in your favor as well, whether you can bring this document and tender it as evidence in court, whether someone out there, I'm referring to the witness, willingly to testify and corroborate your case in court. So the whole process is not to talk about from day one you come to see me and say, look, saya punya case macam ni, cik, saya mesti menang. Orang tu telah mengambil hak saya, bla bla bla. But I'm yet to peruse your document, your evidence, as well as testimony in court. To be honest, sometimes not only a civilian, even policeman ke, pegawai SPRM ke, when it comes to court, they testify, they also takut. So the whole process must be looked from day one until you present your case in court and you put your law argument. Now, if everything is in order but still the decision is not in your favor, how to tell your client? So I take the approach, I will tell them what's going on. First and foremost, what is the verdict from the court and what is the basis of that kind of decision. At least a simple justification why the decision is in that particular form. And I do advise, looks, if you're not happy with the decision, you can always have the rights to go for appeal. You have 30 days to appeal, and this is the process. So maybe we can bring your case to the attention of the higher court, for example, the Court of Appeal and Federal Court, so that you have more than one brain to consider your case. So that's how I'm doing all this while to explain to my client after the case.
Thank you very much. As an entrepreneur, losing a case, as Fakri said, you won't get your fees. That is very something yang menakutkan. Kan you don't get your fees. Itu sebab I do sharing some of the experience. Some lawyer take at least 75% of the fees before the trial and leaving another few percent, a small percentage in case they lose or they can absorb that loss. Haziq, how do you handle losing cases? Because it will affect your business.
Number one, be frank to your client. From the first moment they came to you, be frank to them. Just tell them off. Just tell them the worst case scenario. That's number one. Number two, documents, perusing of the case, facts of the case. Dekat situ, as an entrepreneur, we can charge them. You take your fees first to peruse. After perusal, there will be another meeting. You ask them, what is the worst case scenario? What is your alternative? And how would you try to settle that? How would you achieve your objective? If they are satisfied, ask them just to settle all the fee, outstanding fee. Kalau tak, we won't go to court. Some people say that kind of approach is suicide. You bunuh diri, you tolak klien. But to us, let us be frank dulu, get our money, and kita fight it out in court. So, bila kalah aja, first, kalau kalah, at least you dah explain to your client. You get the satisfaction of your client. Number two, the most important thing is you get your fees. That is why I keep saying to all my officers here in my office, don't overpromise, don't overselling. Just tell them off. Memang
Right.
ramai yang lari, tapi juga ramai yang datang. That is our
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, sometimes a client, before they engage a lawyer, they will do marketing first. Or
Yes.
shopping, they call it shopping, not marketing. Shopping around to look at the fees. And with these challenges, especially during the COVID, post-COVID situation,
True.
some client unable to pay. So I do think that if you are frank to your client, you tell them if it's a losing case, okay, then it's a losing case. If it is a winning case, then you will fight till the end, even to go to the highest appellate court. I have a question here from John Cam. He might use a different name, okay. But this question probably is directed to Hazi. Yeah? He asked, I've noted that in AMLA cases, virtually all the accused person are found guilty. For example, the Geneva and Worldwide Far East case, which is the gold investment case. This is unlike the MACC case where there are still room for exculpation. Is it because the AMLA provisions are like vicious fangs, so steely razor sharp and tight that there is hardly any chance of salvation? Looks like, okay, this might not be, this is in relation to your practice, this might not be in relation to entrepreneurship, but I suppose you handle a lot of AMLA cases since your specialization is in those area. Winning and losing a specific case with a specific statute would actually mean a lot to your business. What is your comment, Haziq?
Yes. I think to take it from the point of entrepreneur, you must know what to explain, what to sell. Okay. In cases of AMLA is a new act, newly enforced law. There's so much in it that's still in gray area. There are a lot of definition. There's a lot of hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
All right. Yes.
Hello. Is everything okay?
Yes. Everything is okay. I can hear you. We can still hear you. Or probably you are losing your.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Everything is okay.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
Haziq cannot hear us.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But Haziq, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, because the sound came from my laptop. Sorry.
All right. Okay.
Technology.
Okay.
It echo.
Okay. Again, as I said, you must know how to sell. Okay. In cases of AMLA, as I said, is a new law. A lot of gray area. A lot of things to be defined. Use that to tell to your clients that we still have a chance, but don't oversell. We still have a chance in terms of macam goal ke apa ke. It's all documentation. Okay, it's all how the prosecutor look at the scheme. Okay, because AMLA for Geneva is different. Geneva is the strict liability offense. You ada lesen ke tak ada lesen? You have to look from that global angle. You ada lesen ke tak ada lesen? That is the case of the prosecutor. But you can always say, this kind of business, you don't need license. See? So your client akan fikir, wah ini saya macam mana pun tetap kena. Dia cakap, yeah, you macam mana pun tetap kena. Tapi, this is your argument. Your kind of business, you don't need license. And that's the alternative that I talked before, that I mentioned earlier. That kind of explanation. You venture into it. So if your client are happy, because itulah risk dia yang paling sikit sekali yang dia perlu kena lalui. So it's up to him to decide. We just present our case, just adduce our evidence. That's it. So you must know how to sell.
Right. Thank you very much. And probably this question is to Shuhada. I noticed there's someone here who want your professional service. So who are your market? You are starting a business of releasing energy, try to train entrepreneur to get the best out of themselves. Now, who are your market since you open up this kind of entrepreneurship? Yes, Shweta?
Yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't unmute myself.
Yeah.
My clients are predominantly entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs, actually. But having said that, I have coach and train college students. In fact, that was why the last time Dr. Afsha invited me to give a talk to some of the law students. I can't remember. They're like what was it again? I can't remember. But yes, I do, because I have experience in coaching and training college students. But for the past 2 years, I've been focused on coaching business energy breakthrough for all entrepreneurs. So basically, especially like Cik Yunus is saying, now is COVID time. Everybody has this fear. Because I do coaching online. So as a trainer, as a coach, I'm not that badly affected in the sense that I can't go do my physical live events because I do conduct them online. I've been doing this since last year. So during COVID time was when I had a lot of inquiries from entrepreneurs because most of the time, it's understandable. They have this fear of not being able to pay the salaries for their employees, all the expenses. So because I deal with energy, and it's also what Haziq was saying, like how you think, your attitude, and what you say. Like he said, he equated that to doa, which is exactly that's what it is. When you say something, the way you think, the way you speak, the intention that you put out, they all become energy. It will affect your business. So if you're gonna go around thinking like habis laku, habis dah tak ada orang nak bayar aku lepas ni, or my business is gonna kaput, that is the energy you're putting out. And like he says, a doa, that's what you're gonna attract to yourself. So it's all about making that shift in your mindset. I know it's a scary time right now for entrepreneurs, COVID-19, all that, but it's just how do you manage that so that your energy that's not what people are going to feel from you. And you don't want to go out meeting clients with this also energy that I have a lot of fellow trainers who come and we have a group where they complain that when they pitch for a job, now companies will have this kind of attitude with them. They say like, oh, you must be like desperate to get a job, right? So I'll just pay you this small amount of money, and they expect them to just take it. But the value that they bring is a lot more than that. The value doesn't change. Like, for example, for me, the transformation I can help people make will not change during COVID or post-COVID, or before COVID. So the amount still remains the same. So again, it's about Haziq saying, you got to sell that to them, right? So this is what I do. I coach entrepreneurs to manage their business energy in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So you must project the right energy to enable your potential client to believe in whatever that you can, whatever services that you can provide them. Okay, let's say most of our students might be graduating, or at some point and another, I'm retiring, probably thinking of to set up a business. Your experience, Haziq, Fakri, and Shwada, do you need to get a consultant, a business consultant, to talk about to start your business, or can you start your business without any reference, without paying to any business consultant to begin with? I open up this question to probably Haziq, Mana, as well as Shwada, and anybody can respond to this question.
Maybe can I just quickly answer that first? Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you.
For me, I always believe that if you're gonna start a business, whatever business that is, you need to first understand what is it that you want to accomplish, or you want to achieve, right? And then I am a true believer in having a mentor. I think briefly I mentioned earlier, get a mentor who has done and accomplished what you want to get, what you want to have. So for example, if you want to have a company or a firm with 20 staff, so you don't go ask someone who's a one-man show, because he wouldn't be able to know how to run a business of that size. So find someone who has actually done it, or halfway there at least, then they can guide you, they can be a mentor to you, show you the ropes, you know, all the challenges. Then it shortens the learning curve for you. The chances of you, there will be mistakes for sure, but at least chances of you making big mistakes will be very much reduced. This is why we always get a mentor.
Right, thank you very much. Well, a mentor would be good. Mentor don't charge you. What about a business consultant? Should you pay a business consultant to start your own business?
Yes, my answer is yes.
You should pay. Okay. Haziq and Fakri, what is your comment about this?
I think, can I answer this first?
Okay, please.
Boleh ya, Cik Fakri?
Boleh.
To me, I look at from the view of legal firms. Kita legal firm, our set of industry is so diam. Okay, there's no exposure to it, no advertisement to it, and no one knows what's going on. Okay, and you pun tak tahu to where should you pose your question. So it begins with someone that you know. First, you carilah alumni UiTM. We are more than willing to help. Kita tak akan dengki cakap, alamak, you nak buka firm tak payahlah nanti business akan tak ada. We are not that kind of person. That's why you see me with Fakri, kita different firm, tapi kita kalau kerja macam sekali. Because that kind of spirit yang kita nak. You just go to mana-mana firm, UiTM, and ask for guidance. They will help. Senang. And we are more than willing to help. We can even share with you how to put your capital. Maksudnya, where to invest, what to invest. And another side of the coin is what else business or businesses that they should venture. Legal firm is legal firm. It provides services, that's all. Kadang-kadang bila kita dah ada business, kita dah ada experience of doing business, we tend to try more. Let's say if a good opportunity come to you, grab it and go. Right now, I believe Cik Fakri pun dia ada business sendiri, banyak juga. Dan dia tak sebut pun tadi. But he's a good businessman. Very prudent one. Okay? He's a prudent businessman. Macam saya lebih suka kepada just do it, gedah je. Just do it, gedah je. Lebih ni kepada tawakal. Some people might not agree with me, but that's how I do things. What? And look what happened. So if you have the opportunity to try another venture, another business, go for it. But cari market yang niche. Contohnya I give you an example. Sekarang semua orang legal firm ada yang jual Tupperware. So semua legal firm lain nak jual Tupperware. You don't do that. You find something that is niche, such as lifestyle ke apa ke, yang betul-betul orang perlukan.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Fakri, do you pay a business consultant, okay, to start a business and to advise you the locality, capital that you should put in, or to do marketing for you? Will you be willing to pay a business consultant to start a business?
Okay, from my personal perspective, at the initial stage of setting up my firm, first and foremost, I must understand and realize what is my real potential. What is my real potential and skills, so that I can develop this product and the society love it. So I also must know what is my competitors in the market. For example, like what Haziq said, everyone is doing litigation, accident case, contract case, but what kind of areas that I can offer extra so that a specific group of businessmen will go and hunt for me, right? And in doing so, yes, of course, Cik Yunus, I open myself for input from seniors, from experts, and digest the input, and I will make my own conclusion and decision. For example, like my brothers is a ship captain, So he told me that, looks, Fakri, you can go something along the line of Admiralty law. You can do ship arrest. You can do shipping, maritime dispute. But even I realized that is a huge market as well. But I know that is not my potential. I know that I will be having a difficulty to deal with all those players. So I'm more interested when I do something related to plan and building. I love to read the architect drawing. I love to read data and statistics. So I suit myself into the construction industry. So how I'm going to achieve my objective? When I think I spent almost 50,000 for me to complete without any tajaan or beasiswa to complete my studies in Ireland. And why I'm doing so, when I come back, now I'm preparing myself to sit for the education examination to become one of the educator. But my first proposal was rejected because they said, looks, you are too young to become educator in Malaysia. So I said, okay, this is going to be my challenge. I'm not going to stop from mengejar my ambition. So one day definitely I'll become an educator, and after that I want to become an arbitrator in Malaysia with regard to construction industry.
Inshallah. I mean, we pray for that. So, in other words, our speakers are saying that they don't mind engaging a business consultant or referring to seniors, mentors to start their business. Yeah? Thank you. We have probably last question here by John Cam again. He asks, what are the major common legal problem faced by Bumiputra contractors? And he continued to ask, after such issue have been resolved by your firm, can't you write a book to serve a guidelines to our contractor, for example, to avoid pitfalls? Probably, the question is on contractors, probably Fakri, you would be the most suitable to answer this question.
So, with regard to the problem I face now, I must realize and accept, even though it's hard, but I must accept the reality to compete out there with Chinese practitioners, with Indian practitioners, with Sing practitioners, those who practice now in construction. For example, like Harbin Singh. Harbin Singh is, dia punya background is engineer. Graduated from Germany, he knows every areas of construction. My background is legal. So they know the technical issue, they know the real game. So when I come to this field, I'm playing in Manchester punya field, I must play at their quality. For example, like I spend thousands of money to buy books, right? I attend all seminars either in Malaysia or in Singapore or in Hong Kong. So acquire the knowledge so that I can speak the same language as theirs. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to convince Sime Darby regarding their housing project or any other abandoned project, I'm going to advise them. So I must make sure that I can convince them. I know the law in hand, so I can propose the solution. So if I can deliver that service, means I can stand up sama macam senior practitioner yang lain. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Meaning that you have to equip yourself with knowledge and skill, and you should not be stingy to spend money to get this knowledge either locally or abroad. Okay, we are toward the end of our session. Probably last words from each of our presenter, beginning with Mrs. Shuhada. If you want to say something to our audience.
Right. My parting words, I suppose, would be ask yourself what know what you're good at or what you like to do. What's your passion? Where does it lie? And if you don't have that answer immediately, that's fine. It's okay. But just keep asking yourself that question. And at some point, the answer will come up. You will know what exactly that you're meant to do, or what's your calling, or what you can do to sort of fulfill your purpose. So take the time to get to know. And like I think both speakers are saying, and also based on their experiences and mine, I think you don't immediately jump into what you're meant to do. You kind of like something that you start off and then you discover along the way what you're good at. Sometimes in the case of Haziq, he gets signs. Like he's saying, okay, it's time to go. This is time to go into this. So you don't have to have everything figured out from the very beginning. It's okay. Just it's okay not to be okay, sort of. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's my parting words for them.
Yeah, Haziq?
Yeah, lebih kurang macam Syuhada. If you want to be an entrepreneur, don't be afraid. Okay, just go for it. Let's take me as an example. Happy government officer once dulu. Yang saya fikir, I don't need anything else. But the experience that brings the evolution in me, that evolve. Okay, if you're willing to take the risk, you are one step closer to become an entrepreneur. So believe in yourself.
Thank you very much. And Fakri?
All right, last word from me that I want to share with you. Who is my enemy? That can kill my business. My enemy is delay and postponement. So please, if I have something to do, I'll definitely won't delay and consume so much time to complete it. Sometimes my client texts me at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. They expect 6 a.m. next day, they get the answer. So I hate and I hate my lawyers who said bila saya bagi task, boleh besok boleh tak? Because once you say besok, dia akan jadi lusa. When you say lusa, dia akan jadi minggu depan. So don't waste your time because if you start delaying things, it will kill your business.
Don't procrastinate. Jangan bertangguh.
Yep.
Do it yesterday. Thank you very much, our speakers, Fakri, Haziq, and Syuhada. You have actually shared a lot of your experience with us, tips that can be a guidance to our audience in their life. I probably now are thinking about starting my own business also. I want to be, if I retire, to be a lawyer and YouTuber. I do not think there's any actually lawyer actually YouTube themselves going to the court and tell okay, subject to the legal profession that that's not required or that's not allowed to advertise ourselves. Probably that's I will think about it anyway. Anyway, thank you very much again, the three speakers for this session. We really appreciate. If COVID is over, we hope to see you all in person at the faculty and come back to the faculty to see our students face to face. So I think that is the end of our session today. Before we end it, can everyone switch on their camera so that we can have a group photograph?
Wow.
Switch on camera. Let us see those beautiful and handsome faces before I pass it to Puan Sarah Munira. Okay, thank you very much again. I would like to thank the faculty also for giving me the opportunity to be the moderator for this talk today. So if there are any weaknesses on my part, I would seek your apology. I hope that all of us had benefited a lot from this session. Until we meet again, aku Kali Hazar, Assalamualaikum. I pass the floor to Puan Sarah Munira. The floor is yours, Sarah.
All right, get ready everyone. Students, please turn on your camera. Malu. Okay, baru ada. The rest?
Okay, the rest.
Okay, tak apalah. Okay, let's take picture. All right, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, done. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having us. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manai. Thank you, Atom. Thank you, Syuhada. Thanks so much. Ya. Alright, jangan selit. Nanti kita jumpa lagi.
Selamat jumpa lagi.
Right. So selamat maju jaya. Madam doakan all of you will soar up high and make us proud. Okay? Semoga cemerlang dunia akhirat. Right.
Amin.
Amin.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you Syuhada.
Salam.
Thank you Manai, thank you Atong.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you everyone.
Bye.
We wish you all the
Thank you
best.
student.
Happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holiday,
Nak tunggu
everyone.
result, macam-macam boleh buat. Baca novel, tengok movie kat rumah, right? Okay, thank you so much all. Thank you Cik Yunus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih Cik
Thank you
Yunus.
Dr.
Thank you. Thank you
Eva,
everyone.
Dr. Fiza.
Bye.
Bye.
All
Assalamualaikum.
lecturers too.
Salam.
Okay,
Mami,
bye.
Mami langkah
Ya.
selanjutnya.
Thank you. Thank you Manai.
Mami terus kontak ni.
Apa dia?
Mami terus
Ya, ya.
kontak
Mami nak tahu energy colour. Shu ada lagi ke? Shu dah keluar ke?
Sudah keluar. Mami kena kontak dia
tak
sendiri.
apa. Mami private message. Mami
Cik,
pun nak
lepas ni kita tak kenal Mami dah.
Mami pun nak kulit glowing macam Shu.
Okay, bye Mami. Thanks Sarah.
Alright, okay everyone. Bye bye.